Hello, and welcome to The Blank Potato, where the lines between reality and terror are blurred. This is a place where the darkness consumes all and the unknown whispers secrets in your ear. But don't be afraid, for you are safe here with me. I will guide you through these tales of horror and terror and help you find solace in the shadows. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let yourself be transported to a world where anything is possible and nothing is certain. Sleep well, my friends. The title of this next story is The Train. Midnight. I just boarded the train. My phone battery is at 92%. The train is cramped. There's hardly any available seats at all, which I hate because now I have to sit next to somebody. I choose the spot on the left side of the guy, who looks like he's been ripped from a Western movie. He's already fast asleep, and that's what I'm hoping to be in just a bit. Writing this down, because typing helps me unwind. 12:26. There's just been a loudspeaker announcement. The first one since I boarded, which is kinda weird. Normally, those come up every time a train arrives at or leaves a station, don't they? Anyways, the voice was really strange, all deep and choky. I couldn't understand what the guy was saying at all. I'm having trouble falling asleep. Thought I'd be out like a light in a matter of seconds, so I'm a little disappointed. 12:51. I forgot how long the train ride is actually going to be. I keep trying to pull up my online ticket on my phone, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. Battery is at 83%. I'm texting with my mom to pass the time. 12:55. Mom doesn't remember I was going to board this train tonight. I was so sure I told her. She asked me where I was headed and if this was for work or something. And get this, I didn't know what to tell her. I literally don't know. Where even is this train going? Why in the world am I here? I don't know if I'm amused at my own stupidity or if this is something I should be concerned about. I'm not drunk or high or anything. Is this what brain damage looks like? 12:59. I've been trying to ask around to figure out where the train is going, but nobody's telling me shit. I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I can't find anything about it online either. Something's very wrong here. The guy next to me still hasn't woken up. Battery's at 67%. It's emptying a lot faster than before. I can't find my charger. I don't know if I even had it with me. 1:02. I have no luggage. I can't remember packing. I can't remember waiting at the station. What the fuck is happening? 1:25. A passenger got on. At least, she claims she only just boarded now. I actually don't know how, because the train didn't stop. She just walked into her wagon. She's shaking and crying, and she was looking for a seat. She's not talking to me exactly. She's simply standing in the aisle, rambling and sobbing. I'm crying too by now, as loud as the other girl, if not louder. I'm fucking terrified. The train isn't going to stop. I can't get off anymore. I think I get it. I don't want this. I want to get out. I want my mom. God, no. What did I do to deserve this? 1:56. The guy next to me just woke up. He's been stirring for a while now. I think I'm keeping him awake with my weeping. So I grab him and I go. Help me. Please, for the love of God, help me. And he says there's nothing he can do. He asks for my name, and I tell him it's Julie. And he tells me he's Jack. He goes, Julie, you gotta calm down. Either you calm down or you end up getting thrown off the train. You don't want to get thrown off the train. So I ask, what happens when you get thrown off? And he says you'll never get to the final destination. But you can't go back either. I ask if there is a way back, and he just shakes his head no. I don't want that to happen. Not to me or anyone. So we start trying to calm down this girl. But it's really difficult. She keeps wailing and thrashing around. And I tell her that I get it because I'm scared too. But she won't hear it. She literally just hit me square across the face. So, I think I'll stop now. 2:37. The girl got thrown off. There was train staff, 2 of them, and they grabbed her and just dragged her away. I don't know where to. I tried to follow them, but Jack held me back. He says that I'll lose my internet connection soon because we're almost there. Arrival is scheduled for 3 a.m. 2:56. I've spent the last couple minutes texting my mom. I try to call her too, but it's not letting me. So I sent her a voicemail, and she sent one back. She was a little confused because I kept telling her how much I love her. She's up really late for me, and she said she'll go to bed now. So I sent her another goodnight voicemail. I hope she keeps it for when she misses me. I've listened to hers over and over again, and her voice is as sweet and comforting as always. I have to turn my phone off now. It's nearly dead anyways. Jack is still awake. We're going to the same place, so I guess I'll just keep talking to him. He's very understanding, actually. He's just been on the train longer, so he's had more time to deal with it all. We're both looking forward to get off the train by now. 10 a.m. This is gonna be really hard to explain. 7 hours ago, I woke up in a hospital room. Some guy T-boned my car, and apparently, things were looking dire for me. I was unresponsive. In fact, the medical staff thought I was gone for good. Here's the thing. I found these notes on my phone. The stuff I shared up above. I swear, I don't remember any of this shit. My mom only just got notified of my accident, and she's on her way here. I already went through our chat history, and the texts and voicemails I've been describing. They're there. It's all there. It was written while I was out cold, doctors fighting for my life. There should have been no way for these notes to come into existence. I can't fucking believe it. I don't know what to make of this. That is, I do know. But the implications are just too much for me right now. I figured I'd post this. I'm gonna sleep some more now and wait for my mom to get here. I can't wait to see her. The title of the next story is My Husband. I'd like to say we probably started out as most high school sweethearts do. Pretty popular and practically known for just being in love with each other. We were voted most likely to get married after high school. And well, you guessed it. We got married after high school. I mean, we were 19. We had great parents. And each had a great job opportunity on hold for us. And everything went well. I'd say we were on the lucky side of things. But our flame, not so much. After our first daughter, things started to get a little on edge between me and my husband. To catch you up to speed, my husband is generally a very enthusiastic man. We've been together all throughout high school and married for about another 5 years. So, don't think we didn't have fun when we had the chance. Of course we did. We didn't want children until our mid-20s. And really, everything has been fine. Recently though, my husband has been acting strangely towards our daughter, Viridian. I would often catch him avoiding all contact with her, and when she would crawl towards him, he would flinch and hurriedly scamper the complete opposite direction from her. He would cringe every time he saw me pick her up, or kiss her face, or even just be around her and play with her. This was odd, and it hurt quite a lot since he was the father. This man was my first everything, and we even have our first child together. That he can't simply bear the thought of giving her a slight bit of affection. He made it seem like she was sick with some kind of disease and continued to avoid her like the plague. One night, I did the usual of putting our daughter to sleep and noticed my husband peeping around the corner of the door. I walked out of our daughter's room, but he had disappeared, and I noticed that our bedroom door was slowly being shut. I rolled my eyes and walked in our room and noticed he was in bed facing away from me. "Honey," I spoke calmly to him. "You've been acting strange towards Viridian recently. What's going on?" He shrugged, but didn't say anything. "You need to talk to me." He sighed and finally turned, but instead this time, he was facing the ceiling, almost in a daydreamy kind of way. "I don't think she's ours," he said. A heavy silence followed, and I took notice as to how he said ours instead of his. "I'm not sure what you mean, honey." "I mean, she's not ours. Don't you find her kind of strange?" I was almost offended. Was this just not what he wanted? Is he trying to tell me he thinks our child is somehow defective? Wow, okay, good night. I'm not having this conversation about our daughter. I snuggled under the sheets, turning away from him, and decided not to talk to him or influence an argument for the remainder of the night. He sighed. "There's something wrong with her. Something I just can't explain." I almost started to consider what he was trying to say, but refused to believe it, regardless of how convincing he was. "I don't think she's human." This took me by surprise. How was our daughter not human? I gave birth to her in front of doctors, nurses, and even my own husband. Was that so unnatural to him? I shrugged off what he said. I knew he wasn't trying to be offensive, and that this was something that had clearly been on his mind. I woke up again at around 4 in the morning from the sound of our daughter crying. I get up and mumbled that I would check on her. When I got up to walk across the hall, I noticed her light was on. I find this odd and proceed with caution. My heart was pounding. Who turned the light on? I opened the door quietly and found my husband standing over the cradle and staring at her. He was gripping the gate really hard and just staring. Who knows what was going on in his mind? I walked towards him, slowly, and called his name softly, but he didn't listen to me. "Look at her," he spoke in a hushed tone. "Don't you see it in her eyes?" I crept next to him and gently put my hand on his and looked at our crying daughter. They're not normal. I did look at her eyes, lifting her up in arms, rocking her and hushing her and humming. And her eyes were beautiful, big and brown like mine. "She has my eyes," I said in a dreamy tone as she finally started to settle down. "They're beautiful. Her eyes are missing, Elizabeth." I quickly looked up at my husband to find that he was towering over me, staring at Viridian like she was his next meal. I took a good look at him. His sclera were red, and his eyes looked so strained. He had gotten a bit pale, like as if he were sick, and he was sweating like a maniac. I took a step back, but his eyes were trained on our daughter. "Look!" I looked down, but her eyes were there. Her big, beautiful brown eyes. Nothing missing. I looked back at my husband, who was still standing and staring at her. "You need to get some sleep. Go." He didn't move. I said, "Go. Get out of her room. We'll talk about this in the morning." He slowly looked at me and finally walked past us and into our room. I sighed in relief. My heart pounded in my chest. I felt like we were in danger. I can't leave her alone like that again. I don't trust my husband enough not to do anything. Quickly, I shut the door and locked it and sit in rocking chair, falling asleep with our daughter in my arms. The next few weeks, my husband began to act stranger than usual. Viridian was crawling like she usually did, but this time, she made cute little squeals when she laughed or was happy. My husband practically feared her, like as if she was a monster from out of this world. And anytime she would crawl to him, or clap, or even try to give him affection, he would almost scream with fear. What I found most odd was how quietly she would watch him and just stare. Sometimes she would even try to get closer, almost like as if she was purposely provoking him. I'll admit, they were both acting quite strange, and I was even starting to consider that maybe my husband was not crazy, but there was nothing I could do to really convince myself that our daughter was the problem. And on top of that, I had asked him to get evaluated, and he refused. He claimed he wasn't seeing things, and even assumed I was under some sort of trance. I felt uneasy around my husband, like I had to walk on eggshells. I started sleeping in our nursery to make sure our daughter was safe. I tried talking to my husband about his behavior and that he was scaring me and our daughter. That thing is not our daughter. What he said stung, but I said nothing and walked away, attending to Viridian. One day, my husband finally came to his senses and began to act normal, holding our little girl, playing with her, and even feeding her himself. I finally felt at ease, and after a few days of him progressing like this, I was able to finally sleep in our bedroom. I decided it was best to not question his behavior towards Viridian over the past few weeks, in fear that I might bring something up again. I fell sound asleep until I had to wake up to the sound of our daughter screaming her lungs out. I quickly jumped out of bed and ran to her nursery, but she wasn't there. I ran to my room to grab my husband, but he wasn't there either. My heart completely sank to my stomach. I rushed downstairs as fast as I could, and there he was, in the kitchen, with my daughter, laying on the counter and the knife in his hand. "Honey?" I spoke softly, careful not to provoke him as every bone in my body was ready to attack him. "Listen to me. You don't want to do this. If I don't, she's going to kill us. You don't understand. Don't you see the shadows surrounding us? She brought them here." I looked, but it was just us in the dark, and my daughter shining under the moonlight, crying and screaming. "There's nothing there," I said softly, inching towards him. "Look at me. Let me help you. I think you might need some help, and I think we can get you what you need. You just have to listen to me." I watched as he just stared at me. He looked so tired and drained. A voice of reason is something he wanted, but didn't feel he needed. No, I don't need the help. It's you. How do you not see it?" He slammed the knife next to Viridian. I almost screamed. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I was still walking very slowly towards them until I was finally across from him with our daughter in between us. "She's going to hurt us both if we don't kill her," he said quietly. He began to point the knife at me instead. "What if she already replaced you? She's infected you. You have the same ooze coming out of your eyes like her. Honey, you need to listen to me. Things have gotten worse this past month. I want to help you, but you need to let me." I tried to reach for the vase slowly that was above Viridian's head. My plan was to smash it over his head. Everything grew completely silent, and the next moments became a blur. Aaron grabbed the knife and was ready to stab my daughter, but I quickly grabbed her and pulled her out of the way, clutching in my arm and using the other to smash the vase over his head. And then I ran out the door. Aaron screamed in pain, and I'm sure he was starting towards us, and I screamed for help. Our neighbor's lights started to turn on, and once the door was seen barely open, I rushed towards the house and begged them to help me and my baby. Aaron was gaining onto us, and the woman pulled us inside, slamming the door and locking it completely shut. He banged on the door screaming my name, telling me he had to kill my baby. The woman called the police, and they came in less than 5 minutes. arresting Aaron and taking statements. He was halfway through smashing a window just to kill my daughter. This all happened a few years ago, and he was sent to the psych ward, where he was diagnosed with severe schizophrenia. He was not allowed visitors since he would constantly just get triggered and try to convince them to come after my baby. Viridian is now 3 years old, walking, and even using her words much better. I moved on from Aaron, as he was never getting better and never progressed even with medication. What I found odd was that he has had one family member who has had schizophrenia from his mother's side. However, it was his fourth great grandmother, and it had never happened to anyone else since. He has also never had any symptoms in his entire life, nor has he even been treated for it. My current fiance is mentally healthy and has been treating my daughter and I so well. Though, recently, he has been acting strange around my daughter. The title of this next story is Main Character Syndrome. It's said that we each think ourselves of the protagonists of our own stories. Take that too far, and you get narcissistic people who annoy everyone around them. But there is another layer to it. In the end, we all experience the world through our own eyes, and what we see is always limited. Don't get what I mean? Imagine for a second that you were living in a simulation. Now, you may think that it's nearly impossible for a computer to possibly synthesize everything in the world going on around you. Imagine walking into a bookstore. Have you ever actually read every single book in there? No, leave that. Have you ever even opened each book? How do you know that each book is real? That each book actually has words in it without you opening each one? They could very well be placeholders, just there to make the world look more real. Extrapolate that to the world. Sure, there are ways of knowing about everything going around you, but how much do you actually experience? In the end, of course, it's only what we experience that shapes what we think of reality. We can never go inside someone else's head. This would all just be a thought experiment, or at least it would be normally. 2 weeks ago, I moved into a new town. I didn't really relish the idea, as it was a rather small town, a far cry from the city I'd grown up in, but I had to come here as part of my job, and my student loans weren't going to pay themselves. I sighed and grit myself for 6 months of utter boredom. That's what I thought would happen. I settled in well enough, only for my doorbell to ring the very afternoon I had arrived. Had been expecting that. I hadn't even unpacked half of the boxes yet. It was my neighbor. At least, that was how they introduced themselves. It was Gary, his wife, and his twin daughters. They were very nice enough. Though, overall, given that I was eager to get to work, they were more of a distraction than anything. The visitors didn't stop there though. The mailman, other neighbors from down the street, the owner of the local grocery store, the garbage man, all of them felt the need to ring on my doorbell just to say hello to me. I wouldn't have minded, but the thing was that the conversations dragged on for far longer than they ever should have. And now that I truly think about it, there was something really off about each of those conversations. I know the uncanny valley effect is regarding faces, but this was like that. Except for speech. What was being said was normal, but there was an oddness to it that I couldn't really put my finger on. As if I was thinking, wait a moment, real people don't talk like this. I just chalked up all of this attention to small town values and went to sleep even though I barely got any unpacking done at all. I did notice something odd outside the window that looked over my backyard. I saw the silhouette of a lady with her dog by the road. This wouldn't be abnormal on its own, but for 3 nights in a row, I always saw her at seemingly the same place. The next morning I got up and my day was instantly ruined when I saw that all the tires to my car had been slashed. So much for small town hospitality. I was almost beginning to swear when I heard a warm voice said, "In trouble there, neighbor?" It was Gary. From the way he approached me, it was like he'd been waiting all this time behind the corner just to pop up when I would notice the slashed tires. Yeah, someone did this," I said. "Oof, looks like we got ourselves a troublemaker on the loose here," Gary said. "We should let the sheriff know. Oh, there he is." In what couldn't possibly be a coincidence, the sheriff strolled right up to us, as if he had just been strolling around the neighborhood. "Good morning there, and oh, is this our new resident?" He introduced himself and assured me that he would look into the matter. And as with all the other conversations I had up till now, it lasted 3 times longer than necessary. I was really beginning to become impatient. All the time, I chalked it up to the folks from a small town being different. Though, now that I look back on things, they were definitely dragging out those conversations as much as possible. Gary offered me a ride to work, which I accepted, given I had no real other options. He talked a lot about his own life, only occasionally asking me questions about mine. In case you were wondering what it was that I did there, I was a reporter working on a story. I was looking into a story regarding a factory near the town. And so, Gary was nice enough to drop me off at the town library, which also housed its records. It was fairly old, didn't even have a digital system in place. They still used those old cards you would write into if you wanted to take a book out. You would think that, at the very least in the library, I would get some peace and quiet. But no, the librarian and her 2 assistants walked up to speak to me. They shooed away the other patrons who also seemed to want to introduce themselves and began explaining how the library worked. Again, the conversation lasted way too long for my liking. I tried to focus on my work, but I really couldn't. I noticed it ever so slightly. People were waiting for me around every corner. Their faces were in books that they clearly weren't reading, as they were on the same page for 2 hours. I didn't make much headway as I made to leave, unsure of how I would even get back home when the second I stepped out of the library, I ran into Gary. "Hey there! Were you waiting for me all this time?" "Oh, shucks no. Of course not. I was just in the area and remembered you didn't have a ride home. Realized the library closes around this time, so I thought I'd give you a lift." "Thank you," I said, very creeped out. On the drive back, Gary told me that there was going to be a large party over at his house tomorrow afternoon. I said I had work, but Gary told me the library was closed on weekends. I found that to be very odd, but had no real way of confirming that it was wrong. So, I shrugged and said that I would be there. That night, again, I saw the lady with her dog across the street. In the same spot. I didn't think too much of it then. The next day was the party, and to my surprise, it looked like half of the town had shown up. I was immediately ushered in and asked to sit down in the center of the living room. It was as if I was the birthday boy at a kid's party. Everyone wanted to speak with me. It was nice for a while, but became quite overwhelming thereafter. That night, I again saw the lady with her dog across the street. I could swear she was in the same spot as well. I went ahead and opened the door, going for an evening stroll. I walked down the road and I saw a woman in her mid-40s walking a golden retriever. She was no longer standing still, but was walking up to me, eager to introduce herself. She walked the same route every day, she told me, and was really excited to see the new face who was the buzz all around town. The next day, I tried to get some new tires, but every shop in town was out of it. And by every shop, I mean the 2 there. Despite how friendly everyone was, none of them had a spare set of tires, something I found hard to believe. They did manage to find a bicycle I could borrow. That was good enough to go to the grocery store and back. It took me over an hour to get to the library for my job though. Gary kept offering to drive me there, but I always refused. I did actually get some work done, and it went on like that for a week longer when my bike was stolen one day. The sheriff was right around the corner as the last time, and Gary was as willing to offer a ride as ever. Now, I couldn't even get someone to lend me their bicycle anymore. That night, I saw her again. That same lady, standing across the street, in the same spot. I went for a walk, and she ran into me, as if she had been expecting me. I had no idea what was happening around this place. I felt nauseous, and didn't come out of the house for 2 days, just whiling away time on my laptop. I had made my decision then. Screw this job. I was getting out of here. I called my boss and told him I was leaving, and given I somehow still didn't have new tires, I just called for a taxi company. I'd get my car back some other way. I didn't want to live here a moment longer. The night before my planned escape, I woke up, startled by a noise downstairs. I went to see that it was Gary. He wasn't carrying a weapon of any sort and didn't look threatening in any way. But he was in my house at 2 in the morning. How did you get in? I asked him. Pick the lock. Locksmith helped, he said. I grabbed a nearby umbrella, hardly an adequate weapon, but the closest thing near me. Don't get any closer. I don't want to bother you, Gary said, seemingly nonplussed by how weird this whole situation was. I just wanted to let you know that you can't leave. That confirmed my suspicions when I heard a voice from outside. Gary, how long are you going to hog everything for yourself? We want our turn. What happened to sharing is caring? I looked outside the window and saw the townsfolk had surrounded my house. What is going on? I demanded. It's hard to explain, Gary said. But let me start at the beginning. The factory you were looking into, it wasn't a factory at all. It was a research facility for the military. We don't know why, but they made us. They made us like this, eternally trapped in this town. They abandoned us. We don't know why. Just that it seems they wanted to curse us. I know no other reason as to why they should torment us so. His face twisted into a snarl. We are background characters. We have little will of our own. It's only when someone like you comes from the outside that we find our purpose, that this town of ours has life breathed into it. Did you know what my days like were before you came along? I would stand in an empty house with my family for hours on end, just staring at a blank wall, unable to eat, or drink, or sleep, unable to feel, unable to express myself. I can't even talk to members of my family unless you come around. I think you have a term for us, Gary said. NPCs? Side characters? That's what we are. We can't do anything unless you come around. And I loved it so much when you were here. For the first time in years, I felt alive. Did you know something? My house is actually empty. No furniture, nothing at all. Everything that you saw there on the day of the party, it materialized only when you came in. I could go back home to an empty house, but I won't anymore. He began to move. Come with me. I ran upstairs and locked my bedroom door, barricading myself in as well as I could. I looked out my window and saw throngs of people there. I can hear them at my door. Any minute now, they'll get in. I have family outside here, guys. I don't want to spend my life being a prisoner of whatever things live in this town. My hand is shaking in terror as I type this out on my phone. I don't know what I can do in this situation. I think I can smell smoke. They're definitely starting a fire, knowing I'll have to jump out the window. I don't know if they'll fight over me or try to tear me apart so each of them gets a piece. But they're not going to leave me alone. They may all be prisoners here, but it looks like I'll end up being another inmate along with them. The title of this next story is Sweet Tooth. Everyone discusses the wonders of venturing beyond their comfort zone and pursuing their true passion by starting a business. However, the challenges of doing so and not achieving success are rarely acknowledged. I acquired a business loan, a commercial space with an attached apartment, and established a bakery. Unfortunately, I failed to attract any customers despite my many attempts with Facebook ads, radio ads, and even renting out billboards. Not a single customer ever entered my doors. It's not like my baking is subpar, not to boast, but I don't even have anyone willing to give it a chance. Perhaps small businesses struggle to survive and flourish in the face of the convenience offered by online shopping. My mother requested a cake for her upcoming birthday in a month, expressing her desire to be my first customer, and she will pre-order. However, I find the idea of my mother bailing me out again and being my first customer just embarrassing, and I want to avoid it at all costs. As a result, my funds and ambition are depleting. One night, I found myself self-destructing as I indulged in a late-night snack of my own creations. After consuming 2 cupcakes, I experienced a severe stomachache, a common occurrence after eating sweet baked goods, which is why I rarely indulge in them, especially late at night. Ironically, as a baker, I can barely enjoy my own baked goods. It feels like a curse. Devastated by my significant failures and this terrible stomachache, I was contemplating the wreckage of my life until I was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door of my bakery at 1 a.m. I anxiously wondered who would be here at such an ungodly hour. Although I initially planned to disregard the circumstances and not open the door, curiosity got the better of me, and I peered through the peephole. To my surprise, I found a friendly-looking man in an elegant suit and tie, sporting a bowler cap. He had slicked back hair, glasses, and a warm, welcoming smile. He held a present wrapped in blue paper with a pink bow on top. A compulsion must have overcome me because I opened the door to a stranger at 1 a.m. "Hello there. Please accept my apologies for the late arrival. I just returned to town and wanted to offer a gift to the newest small business in town. Small businesses are a rarity nowadays due to the boom of online shopping. I hope this gift serves as encouragement for you to persevere. I understand how challenging it can be to achieve success, and perhaps this gift will assist you on your journey," he proclaimed. I was so taken back by the elegant man and his captivating speech that I stood there in disbelief. Not a word escaped my lips as I reached out to receive the generously offered present. The man smiled, tipped his hat, addressed me as "ma'am," and departed. And that was it. Feeling shaken by the peculiar encounter, I returned inside and sat down at my table, unwrapping the mysterious gift. Inside, I found a card and a black book. The card read, "Sometimes it's not about marketing. If something is remarkable enough, people will naturally gravitate towards it." I opened to the middle of the black book and started flipping through the pages, scanning its contents. To my disappointment, I realized I was looking at a cookbook. I left the book wide open on the table in my bakery and retired to bed, feeling defeated. I can fathom why I believed that the enigmatic man held the answer to all my problems. But for a brief moment, I entertained the delusion. The following morning, I opened my bakery for the day and started brewing coffee. I noticed the book once again. I stared at it intently until I finished my cup of coffee. I picked up the book. Over the next couple of hours, I baked several recipes from the book, carefully reciting each ingredient out loud to avoid forgetting anything. I could comprehend how these recipes could be significantly better than what I had been baking before, to the point where customers would seek me out. Yet, I was proven wrong. To my surprise, just as I finished icing a tray of cupcakes, I heard the bell on my bakery door, signaling the arrival of a customer. You've got to be kidding me, I thought to myself as a customer stepped into my bakery for the first time since I began my business. Just as the card had predicted. Hello, I was walking by and the irresistible aroma from your bakery compelled me to satisfy my sweet tooth. I couldn't resist coming in to see your delectable treats, the man said, his eyes widening as he beheld the assortment of pastries and cupcakes on my counter. He purchased a box of cupcakes to go and went on his way. I made my first sale, and joy overwhelmed me. Gradually, I started earning some money, attracting a few customers each day. Though nothing extravagant, I was finally beginning to achieve a meager profit. However, what I truly needed were returning customers, people I could rely on to sustain my business for years to come. Despite the praises I received regarding the appearance and aroma of my goods, I had yet to witness a familiar face returning to make another purchase. This worried me. Against my better judgment, one morning, I decided to sample my new creations to ascertain whether the recipes the mysterious man had given me were genuinely exceptional. They were incredible. I couldn't believe it. This is the most exquisite cupcake I've ever tasted, I thought, holding a half-bitten cupcake at eye level, scrutinizing its perfection. However, my elation was short-lived, as I soon experienced a stomachache. This didn't make any sense. I couldn't understand why. Despite having numerous customers over the past month, not a single one had returned. Frustrated and confused, I concluded that I should sell a cake to my mom on her birthday, because then I could at least receive some honest feedback after prying for a while for the truth. I know. It seems slow to sell a cupcake to your own mom on her birthday. But you don't know my mom. She would insist on paying me, regardless of whether she slipped money into my pocket or left it in my apartment's mail slot. Somehow, she would ensure I received the payment so it's easier this way. So, I baked a cake for my mom. Although she arrived in town late that night, she insisted on having cake and ice cream. She came to my bakery at 12:30 a.m., and after catching up for a while, she eagerly anticipated trying her birthday cake. I adorned the cake with candles spelling out 2 and 1, and wished my mom a happy 21st birthday, which made her burst into laughter at the obvious lie. My mom treasured birthdays and always celebrated, no matter what. I asked her to make a wish and watched as she leaned in to blow out the candles. To my disbelief, my jaw dropped as I witnessed a colossal, open mouth materialized on the cake, with razor-sharp, shark-like teeth that swiftly engulfed my mother while she still had her eyes closed, beginning with her head, which caused her to be suspended upside down. Then, with its snake-like ability to stretch, its mouth widened to accommodate the rest of her body, and my mother disappeared with just a few jiggles. The cake, now a monstrous bloated creature, turned to face me. It shouldn't have been able to see me, possessing only a giant mouth, and yet its gaze bore into my soul. I screamed in horror as the monstrous cake turned its attention toward me. In all the chaos that transpired, the black cookbook fell off the table, and landed on the ground, reminding me that this is how it all started. I darted for the book, ducked, and retrieved it, barely dodging a swift chomp from the cake-like creature, and fled outside overwhelmed and hysterical at the events that just unfolded that I'll never be able to live down. Now I understand why none of my customers returned, but I was around the baked goods as well, and I'm still here. I screamed frantically, tears streaming down my face, thumbing through the book's pages. My eyes darted around until they landed on the first page, which bore a crucial warning. Please read before using. Do not indulge in these delectable sweets after dark. The consequences of your sweet tooth may turn rotten. The title of this next story is I Saw Myself on a Missing Poster. When I was 8 years old, my little brother Dylan went missing. He was 4 at the time, and he had been out in the fence in the backyard 1 minute and gone the next. Everyone went crazy looking for him, of course. Sheriff's office, police, my parents, friends, and neighbors. At first, everyone said that we'd find him within the first day. Though, even at 8, I could hear the kind lie in their voice. There was no sign of a gate being left open, or a gap in the fence large enough for him to squeeze through, which meant that someone had snatched him. And unless we got an idea of who or they contacted us, well, how were we ever going to get him back? By the third day, the talk had turned from finding him to waiting for a call from whoever took him. That, and advertising every way my parents could think of to get his name and picture out to as many people as possible. They pushed the news station to cover it morning, noon, and night. And for a week or so, they did. But as more time passed and new stories came in, the daily reminder to call if you saw him got pushed to the back of the hour, and then it was gone. My parents weren't dumb and knew this would happen, of course. They took out TV ads and put stuff on the internet. Though, back then, the web was not as big and popular as it is now, and the television ads were expensive. Fortunately, my mother's business was a local print shop, and she wasted no time in printing up thousands of flyers that we posted all over our part of the state. For the next year, that was our routine. Every weekend, and some weekdays after work and school, we would load up and put up flyers in new areas and replace those that time and weather had eaten away. All of them were the same. The words, "Have you seen me?" followed by a recent picture of Dylan, and the final line of, "Please call," and then my mother's cell phone number. We spent so many hours in the car with stacks of those flyers. It felt like Dylan's ghost was haunting us through the whispered rustle of reams of paper, each of them a frozen reminder of Dylan's face staring out at us, asking why we wouldn't help him come home. By the time I was 11, my parents had divorced. My father had hung into the crusade to find their son for the first year. But when year 3 was getting close, he finally had enough. They argued and fought for a couple of weeks. Then he packed up and moved across town. Within the year, he'd taken a job in another state, and I mainly saw him at Christmas for a day or two after that. I wanted to hate him, and I guess, in my way, I did. But not because he'd left, because he'd left me behind. My mother had become so focused and passionate about finding Dylan that everything else fell by the wayside. And even after any reasonable hope was lost, she didn't slow down. I know from the outside, that might sound like a good thing. Like she was being a good and dedicated parent, trying to find her child. But it was more than that. I didn't know the analogy then, but looking back when I got older, I likened it to a soldier who can't be comfortable in a life without war. After so long in the battlefield, it was like she needed it to continue, not just searching for him, and putting up the flyers. But being seen doing it, talking to people about it, getting their sympathy and compliments and well wishes. The grieving, heroic mother had become her entire persona. And over time, I came to understand she didn't know how to let it go. Still, over time it let go of her. Life moves on, people forget, and old tragedies are replaced by new ones. I remember how angry my mother was when a little girl went missing my first year of high school. Even when the girl was found 2 days later, she would stalk around the house, muttering and in a foul mood. If you asked her, she'd say it. She'd say it was because it would make people forget about our Dylan even more. But I remember feeling uneasy when she'd say that because, well, I could hear the lie in her voice too. As I'd gotten older, I'd done what I could to avoid her ongoing campaign. I'd have to help some weekends still, but for the most part, I made sure that I had enough extracurricular activities to keep me out of her way. I think she actually preferred that. It was easier to play on people's sympathy and get attention when she could tell everyone she didn't have anyone to help her keep searching for her missing son. Still, I could tell something was coming, like pressure building in the atmosphere before a storm. Something was going to break soon. My hope was that she'd reach the point where she'd give up on finding Dylan and just live her life again, both for her and for me. Instead, one day, she woke me up around 4 in the morning and told me we had to go. She was clearly distraught, sweating and crying and barely able to talk. I didn't know what was going on. Had she found out something about Dylan? Had something happened to Dad? What was it? She just waved away my questions and told me to come get in the car, that we had to go now, that she'd explain when there was time. I did as I was told, though by this point, I was fully awake and growing increasingly terrified. When she got behind the wheel, I half expected her to peel out of the driveway and shoot off at top speed, but she didn't. Instead, she drove slowly and quietly, not even turning on her headlights until we were out of the neighborhood. "Mom, what's going on?" She glanced over at me, sweat still pouring down her cheeks. It'll be okay. Just wait. We're going to make it right." I turned and stared out at the passing dark. "Is it Daddy? Is he okay?" My mother gave a harsh laugh. "Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Living it up with his whore girlfriend. I'm sure." She put a hand on her other arm and rubbed it as she gave me a sour look. "Don't worry about him." I wanted to respond, but didn't quite dare. She was more crazy acting than usual, and I didn't know what might make it worse. So, I just sat silent for the next few minutes, wondering more and more where we are going in the middle of the night. When the car suddenly veered off the road into the ditch, I had a moment of unreality where I felt like I was the thing sliding away from the path, not the entire vehicle. Then there was a bang as we hit the bottom of the ditch and began to roll, glass shattering and metal squealing as we tumbled twice and came to rest. My mother was dead before the ambulance got her to the hospital. Not from the accident, surprisingly enough. We weren't badly hurt from that. No, I found out later she'd had a heart attack. That was the reason for the accident and why they called her death as soon as they checked her in at the ER. People talked to me about it after I was checked out. A nurse and a highway patrolman originally, and then my father, when he came to get me and carry me back with him. I always told them what I remembered happening, and they'd look puzzled but say very little else. The prevailing theory was that she'd known she was having a heart attack and was trying to get to the hospital when she wrecked. I asked my father once why, if that was true. We wrecked, heading the opposite direction from the closest hospital. He looked uncomfortable and said he didn't know. Maybe she was in pain and confused, that it was better for me not to dwell on it. Healthy or not, I actually took his advice I tried to not question it, and over the next few years, it began to fade for me too. It wasn't until I was 18 that I was forced to face it again. My father sat me down and told me that now that I was of age, I had inherited everything my mother had left behind. There was some money, yes, but also the house and everything in it. He told me he'd be happy to help any way I needed, and that there was no rush on it. He'd been making sure that the taxes and insurance were paid on the house and the business, and the person running the print shop was interested in buying it if I wanted to sell it to them. It was a lot to take in all at once. I'd asked about the house and business before, and I knew that they were going to be mine, but I'd never thought much about the details beyond that my father was dealing with it. At first, I wanted to just push it all away. I didn't want the past infecting the new life I had here with new friends and better memories. The more I thought about it though, I didn't want to hide from it. Hiding from things, being afraid of things, that's how they came to own you. I'd seen enough of that to know I didn't want to spend another minute with my past life owning me. So, the next week, I flew back to my old hometown. My dad offered to come, but I told him no. Partly because I knew she wouldn't have wanted him there, but mostly because I needed to do this myself. I'd look at everything, spend a couple of days there, and then sell anything I didn't want and never look back. It was hard at first, but by the second day, I was tired enough of going through boxes and drawers that the fatigue and monotony drowned out most of the weird sadness I felt. I'd been dreading the attic from the start. It had been my mother's overflow junk storage, and there was no telling what all was up there. Running out of reasons not to do it. That afternoon, I pulled down the stairs and headed up to see what was waiting for me. It wasn't as bad as I'd expected. A few small tables and chairs sat piled up in one corner. There were a couple of moth-eaten rugs and piles of curtains sloppily weighted up against one wall. But otherwise, there were just a few boxes and a couple of old trunks sitting crouched in the shadows like a pair of leather-bound coffins. Opening the first one, my stomach dropped. It was full of Dylan's stuff. Some of his baby clothes, pictures of him, a little Cub Scout outfit he loved to wear even though he wasn't old enough to be a real scout yet. Sniffling, I shut the trunk back and turned to the other one. For the first time since coming back, I felt tears coming. He really had been a great little boy. Who the fuck would lock this trunk? The second trunk had a small padlock on it, and I had no idea why or where the key was. After looking around for a minute for any sign of a key stashed away nearby, I went downstairs and got a knife and a pair of pliers. I didn't break the lock, but I did pry at the latch, holding it hard enough that it finally popped off and skittered away into a darkened corner of the attic. Grasping the trunk lid, I realized I was holding my breath. It would be fine. Just more sad stuff maybe, but probably just cluttered with old junk. What else could it... I froze as I stared into the trunk. What? That didn't make any sense. The inside wasn't cluttered or messy at all. Instead, it was neatly arranged into 6 columns of stacked colored paper. Chartreuse number 2. My brain whispered to me. I knew the shade because Mom had always told me how important the color was for Dylan's flyers. You had to catch the eye without obscuring the details. The words in the picture were key. The ones in the trunk were much as I remembered. Not just the same yellow, the same words too. Have you seen me? And please call, followed by my mother's cell phone number. In truth, I could only see one difference between the flyers I'd grown up with and the ones I was staring at now, heart beating out of my chest. It wasn't Dylan's sad ghost face staring up out of the trunk. It was mine. I remember the picture. I had been getting dressed up to go to an athletic awards banquet for girls basketball. when my mother came in with her camera. She wasn't going to the banquet, of course. She had flyers to put out to counties up and was already running late. But before my friend and her mother got there to pick me up, could she just take a couple of pictures? I just looked so pretty, and she was so proud of having such a pretty girl. I tried to resist. I was running behind, and she was acting weirder than usual. And I really just wanted her to go on and go before my normal friend and her normal mother got there. But then, she got that tight, almost angry, but not quite angry look she sometimes got. And I knew it was better to give in. Putting on my earrings, I followed her outside and posed next to the backyard fence. Once she snapped a few pictures, she seemed satisfied and headed out the door. I thought it was all strange at the time, but then everything was strange back then. And to be fair, I didn't really have that long to ponder it, because the following week, she woke me up in the dead of night and said I had to come with her, that we were going to make it right. I understood now what she had meant, and what she had meant to do. Seeing that picture of a past me, staring up from a week before I went out with her into the dark, I wish I could tell her to not stand there, but to run away from the thing she was living with. Because if she stayed, one night, she'd be dragged out into the black, and only one of them would be coming back. I closed the lid on the trunk with a shaky hand. At least, it was me, and that was true. But somehow, that didn't make any of it better. I locked the front door without taking anything with me, other than what I brought. There was nothing there I wanted to ever see or touch again, though I was old enough by then to understand it wasn't a one-way street. You don't just own your memories and your truths, they own you too. And even when you try to forget them and leave them behind, they never stop searching for you. All you can do is be ready, and when they find you, turn away from the beckoning hand reaching out of the dark. The title of this next story is Palace of Friends. Has anyone seen the kids show Palace of Friends? As a single mother to a young kid, I've done a pretty good job of monitoring my daughter's usage of TikTok, YouTube, Roblox, etc. I know I can't be around all day policing her, but I want to make sure that she's safe enough. That's why I'm limiting screen time with phones, iPads and the like is really important for me. Outside of a couple of hours where she can use some of those devices under my supervision, the rest of her fun time is reserved for watching kids shows on cable TV. Yes, cable is in fact still a thing. And I've still got it. What I love about it, I can overhear it loud and clear, and I know exactly what the programming is. It's safe, predictable, and nothing like some of the more random and occasionally traumatic videos that end up autoplaying anytime Casey goes down a YouTube rabbit hole. When it came to TV time, I always prioritized channels that I knew would play hour after hour of kids shows back to back to avoid a situation where something more mature would accidentally play. Most of the shows were super tame, kid-friendly animated shows, educational shows, nature programs, that kind of stuff. One that my daughter really seems to love is called Palace of Friends. It's a Sesame Street style show with a cast of both animal and anthropomorphic puppets living in a large castle together. It seemed like a wholesome, musical show with some pretty good production value. Casey seemed to love it, and I could always tell when it was playing in the background. I was setting up for dinner the first time I heard one of the weirder songs from Palace of Friends. It was a song that was all about exploring the house, with a chorus mentioning all of the fun to be had under the sink. Weird lyrics like, "When mom's not around, you'll find the whole town beneath the kitchen sink." I had to shake my head at how stupid and potentially dangerous that premise was, as I came into the living room to call out the silliness and to tell Casey to ignore the message of the song. The song wrapped up, and one of those puppets started doing something akin to a PCA, saying, "Now, while there might be a town underneath the sink, there's also some scary stuff you shouldn't drink down there, so be careful." Well, duh. It was annoying to think of how big of an oversight this was on the part of the writers and creators of this show. I mean, really, what kind of a moron thought that telling kids to go to the undersink area when mom isn't around was a good idea? Rather than doing that weird PSA at the end, they should have just scraped the whole song in its entirety. Jesus. As much as I wanted to take Palace of Friends off rotation after this event, the rest of the show was wholesome enough that I reconsidered. I took moments from time to time to see exactly what was happening on the show. And most of the time, the show featured activities for kids that seemed genuinely useful. One of these activities was called Draw Time, which is exactly what it sounds like. A point in the show where all of the puppets in the castle would gather around and motivate the viewer to draw on pieces of paper, get creative, and have fun with it. While the characters on TV would draw along at first, most of the time, they would just enthusiastically watch and cheer on as the kid viewing the show would draw. Really felt like an activity that would be good for my daughter's development. Even got a couple of cute drawings that Casey made of me that I could put on the refrigerator. The other wholesome thing about Palace of Friends that really stuck out to me was some of the more meaningful lessons. Beyond the standard, treat others the way you want to be treated. And isn't friendship amazing? Stuff that you see in these kids' shows. It felt like they would sometimes dig a bit deeper. They had this whole story about this character named Friend, who was too shy to come out and join the others. So, he'd always hide behind the curtain. The other puppet characters on the show would always try to convince Friend to come out of hiding, but they would also rather sweetly choose to love him and accept him, even if he'd never feel comfortable getting out from behind the curtain. There's this whole cute arc to the show about how the Palace of Friends would find the perfect special friend for Friend to finally get him to overcome his shyness. Cute stuff. Though, pretty lazy on the writer's part to call this character Friend. Jeez. I was pretty happy with the setup I had for Casey. It felt like I was giving her enough time with modern apps on her phone to ensure I wasn't completely siloing her from real life, while still giving her as much of healthy upbringing I could for a 7-year-old in this age of technology overload. It felt like cutesy cable TV stuff was the perfect call, and that I'd done everything as right as I could have as a parent. That was until the incident. I still feel ashamed about this. I've noticed that I sometimes use TV as a second parent when I feel overwhelmed with how much I have to juggle between work, raising Casey, and all of the chores and life balancing that comes between those two. Having some me time is very necessary. I was getting lost in a novel when I first heard a series of thumps on the stairs. I ran immediately to see Casey at the bottom of the staircase, holding her leg and crying. From the TV in the living room, I was able to catch the last moments of the song that was playing on Palace of Friends. It went, "If you're brave, roll as fast as you can down the stairs. Don't be afraid. We know that you'll be okay." What in the actual fuck? I tended to Casey, and I was checking up on her to see if she'd broken anything. I could hear one of the characters on the show doing what appeared to be another after song PSA, saying, "Just remember, don't go too fast. If the stairs are really long, you could get hurt. It's always important to be very careful." Thankfully, Casey was okay. Palace of Friends was definitely off the rotation, which Casey was really frustrated about, but I had to do it. The TV channel that played Palace of Friends seemed specific to my area and public accessy enough, despite the show genuinely looking like it had a solid production budget. And so, I wanted to quickly put together a case for the show to be cancelled and for the channel playing the show to be held liable for the severe risk it was bringing to kids. At best, the folks creating the show were incredibly oblivious and at worst, they were actively malicious. As I was starting up my case, I noticed something really weird. I'd found a new cable channel with kids programming that I left on for Casey, one that I'm positive didn't have Palace of Friends in rotation. There I was, working in my room one afternoon, when I heard the familiar sound of those characters coming from the living room. I wandered in to catch the final moments of draw time on Palace of Friends. Lots of papers strewn around the living room, courtesy of Casey. Fun little signs and insignias and the like, and more pictures of Mom. I have to admit it, she was becoming a better artist. As draw time wrapped up, the puppets on TV were all looking at the curtain where Friend was hiding and talking about him. "Maybe one day we'll find a special friend for Friend," said one of the characters. It was a pretty dorky catchphrase I'd heard a few times in the show at this point. As the puppets started breaking into song again, I turned off the TV. Casey was miserable, so my scolding her about changing the channel when I had strictly told her not to probably wasn't a wise move. But I just had to. She kept swearing that she never changed the channel and that her friends had just found their way back to her. But I called bullshit. Her TV privileges were revoked for a week. She had to learn the hard way. As a sanity check, once I'd condemned her to her room and forced her to find something to do that didn't involve screens, I turned the living room TV back on to notice that the channel she was on when I turned off the TV was the same new one I'd selected after banning Palace of Friends. It was odd that this new channel had suddenly pulled this lawsuit of a show into rotation. But whatever. At this point, I should mention, Casey's room does have a small TV in it. It's not a smart TV, and it's definitely not set up with cable. But there's a DVD player and a bunch of classic animated movies and kids show DVDs strewn about that Casey was free to put on at any time. So, you can probably imagine my surprise when, smack dab in the middle of the night, I heard the familiar voices of the puppets on Palace of Friends coming from her room. Beyond being frustrated that Casey was watching TV way past her bedtime, I was confused on how she'd managed to get cable onto the TV in her room. And, more importantly, why Palace of Friends was playing on TV this late in the first place. I left my room, turned on the hallway lights, and walked towards Casey's room. As I made my way there, I noticed bunches of crumpled up pieces of paper littering the hallway. More signs and insignias that I'd noticed before from Casey's other draw time sessions. But there were also more and more drawings of me. These ones looked a bit more demented than the usual ones that Casey had drawn for me. Almost felt like she was regressing as an artist or something. As I got into her room, I heard the following through her closed door. "This draw time is extra special. It's just for you, for being so smart and so brave. When your drawing is just perfect, it'll be enough for Friend to finally get out from behind the curtain." I tried opening the door to her room. It wouldn't budge. I called out to Casey, but she wouldn't answer. I kept trying, pushing against the door, moving the handle in multiple directions, and eventually, out of desperation, trying to run against the door to break it down. But nothing was working. The show continued. "Do you know someone who is special enough to be a friend for Friend?" I slammed against the door. "Can you draw that special person just right? In the special way we want you to draw them." Huh? What in the world was this? "Casey, you need to let me in right n-" My shouting out to Casey was interrupted by the sounds of all of the characters on Palace of Friends excitedly cheering. They started breaking into song. It was just one line, repeated over and over the backdrop of some very strange and almost tense sounding instruments and arrangements. It sounded more aggressive than it should have. "You did it, Casey! You did it, Casey! You did it, Casey!" What the fuck was happening? In an instant, I ran back down the hallway to my room. I needed to grab my cell phone and I needed to call the police immediately. I couldn't think of anything else to do. As I got to my room, my light in the hallway turned off immediately. Without me switching it off, I slammed the door behind me, out of instinct and fear more than anything else. The sound of the show coming from Casey's room was completely gone. A moment of complete stillness and silence in the house, and then a violent knock on my door, over and over again. I heard Casey's voice. "Mom, I did it! I found a special friend for friend! It's you!" The knocking continued. It was much more powerful and aggressive than Casey could knock, than any little girl could knock. As it continued, she kept calling out to me, "Mom! Mom! Open up! You're the special friend!" With that same aggressive knock completely rattling the door. More worrying than the force of the knocks on the door was the fact that Casey never ever called me Mom. Her nickname for me since she first started speaking was always Ami. In the dark of my room, I noticed something strange with the curtains. It felt like there was something behind them, ever so slowly, inching its way out of them. The title of this next story is The Uninvited. The house is burning. Only 2 of us made it out. There were 6 at the start of the evening. 7, I suppose. That was the entire problem. I don't know when the 7th arrived. Dina and Angelo showed up first, while I was still putting out snacks. It must not have been there before them. I recall them being the first. I can't hide in nothing. Kay showed up next. I know she was alone, because I've been trying to figure out the right time to ask her out if she'd brought someone. I definitely would have noticed. When Christoph and Marina got here, Angelo called out, "It's about time you 2 made it." He specified 2. I remembered that. That's 5 arrivals. And of course, I was there all along. Maybe the door was opened at some other point. It might not matter now that it's all over. I feel like it does though. I need to understand what happened. I owe it to my friends. We were playing cards when we noticed. It was a 6-handed game, and Angelo was dealing piles in front of each player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 7th to himself. "You've got too many piles," Dina said. Angelo looked at the table in confusion. There were cards in front of each of us. There were 7 separate stacks. "Weird, I don't know what happened there," he said. Gathering up the cards, he dealt them out again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 to each person, but he had not yet put a card in front of himself. With a nervous chuckle, Angelo said, "Okay, what am I doing wrong? 6 of us, yes?" We all agreed. There were clearly 6. "Everyone, put your hand on your card," he said. All 6 cards were covered. Angelo still did not have one. "All right, one more try," said Angelo. "While you're sorting this out, I'm going to go to the bathroom," said Kay. Standing up, she left the room. Angelo dealt the cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5th to himself. "Kay, how many people are you?" he shouted. "Very funny," she called back. We heard the bathroom door close. "Just deal 6 hands," I told Angelo. "There are 6 of us. It'll work out. Everyone will pick 1 hand up and play it, and no one will be left out." "You'd really think so?" he said. "But why was I getting to 7 before?" "You're bad at math," Dina told him. "Better not let you keep the score," Christoph chimed in. Kay's chair was scooted back up to the table. Angelo dealt the cards. There were 6 hands this time. Everyone picked 1 up. No one was left out. "Weird," said Angelo, shaking his head. Despite the rocky start, The game went well. Christoph won. So as punishment, we sent him to the kitchen to fetch us more drinks. Just after he disappeared into the other room, I heard a startling noise. A sort of quick choking gasp followed by a loud bang. I was just getting up to see if he was all right when the wine was brought to the table, and I busied myself pouring everyone a fresh glass instead. I noticed that Kay's glass was still untouched from earlier. "Hey, where's Kay?" I asked. "She went to the bathroom," said Dina. "What, again?" "I guess." I leaned my head around the corner to see down the hallway. The bathroom door was closed. I suppose Marina was right. "Shall we deal another hand?" I asked. "As soon as Christoph gets back," said Marina. I looked around. Christoph wasn't there. Where did he go? "The kitchen," said Marina. "The wine didn't bring itself in here," I pointed out, and all 5 of the new glasses have been moved. Marina gasped. "Are you suggesting that someone is drinking Christoph's wine?" We all laughed. I did wonder where Christoph was though, and Kay for that matter. She'd been in the bathroom for a very long time. She couldn't have been though. We'd played the game 6-handed. She must have been here. Maybe she just wasn't drinking. "Quick round of spades while we're waiting for those 2 to get back?" asked Angelo, dealing out the cards. "You've dealt 5 hands," Dina pointed out. Angelo slammed the cards down on the table. "Okay, something is going on here. Everyone, hold hands." We all looked at him quizzically, but he was serious. We reached out and took each other's hands, forming a circle around the table. "Now, in order, everyone say the name of the person to your left." My name was said. I looked left and said, "Marina, Dina, Angelo." "And I'm next to Scott," Angelo said, nodding at me. "Wait," I objected. "My name was already said." "Let's go to the right," he said. Angelo's name was said. He followed it with Dina, Marina, Scott, and Angelo. I said. "No, I was named first," he said. We looked at each other. I could feel his hand in mine. I could see him next to me. "Look at the table," Angelo said. "Why is there an extra glass of wine in between us?" "Let's take a photo," said Marina. "Then we can see everyone at once." She put her phone on the table. We all backed up, put our arms around each other and smiled. The photo snapped. We gathered back around the table to look. "It's you, me, you, and you," said Marina, pointing. 4 of us, no one else. Angelo studied it for a moment. "It's not a selfie. Who took the picture?" "Christoph," said Marina. "Kay," I said in the same moment. We all looked around the room. Neither one of them was here. "He must still be in the kitchen," said Marina. "I'll go see." "I think we should all go together," said Angelo. "Come on." We entered the kitchen as a group. It was empty. "Do you smell gas?" asked Dina. My attention snapped to the stove. 2 of the knobs for the burners were snapped off. I spotted them tucked under the cabinets nearby, as if someone had pushed them out of the way, so as not to be noticed. There was a dent in the metal of the edge too. Christoph must have dropped something on the stove, I said, heading over to see about turning off the gas. Nice of him to mention it. The knobs were broken too far down to turn. The gas was starting to give me a headache. I grabbed a hold of the stove to pull it out from the wall and shut off the line behind it, but it was surprisingly heavy. "Did I leave something in here?" I asked, opening the oven door. Christoph's body was crammed inside, the limbs bent and folded back on themselves in order to make it fit. A gory pool of blood filled the bottom of the oven, sloshing distressingly back and forth from my attempts to move the appliance. Most of it seemed to have come from his head, which had been violently crushed. His eyes bulged outward, staring at me. I screamed, of course. We all did. I turned away, to run, to find a weapon, possibly just not to see it anymore. And Dina died. Her throat was ripped open. It wasn't when I turned back. And then it was. Nothing did it. It just happened. Her hands flew up to clasp her ruined neck, but it was far too late to hold anything in. She collapsed to her knees. Her hair was held back as she died, keeping her upright and facing forward so we could see all the panic and despair. We were all frozen for a second. Angelo moved first, diving for her, but by the time he wrapped his arms around her, she was slumping forward, already gone. He screamed, a raw caterwaul of rage and pain. After a moment, he focused it into words. "Where is it? What did this?" I grabbed a knife and put my back into a corner, looking around frantically. Marina was gone. I hoped that she had run. I didn't like that I didn't know. "It's been here all night," Angelo hissed. "Among us, playing with us. Where's Kay? Where has she been all night?" The bathroom, I thought. But I pictured Christoph's broken body in the oven, and I knew that I did not want to open the door to check. Angelo continued his rant, his voice cracking in his fury. "We can't see it. We can't know about it. You and I thought we were holding hands when it was between us. This is all a game to it. We don't know how to play. We can't even see the board. We've got to get out, Angelo," I said. "It's not safe to be in here. Even without whatever's happening, the stove's still leaking gas." "It is," he said, and his voice was suddenly eerily calm. "Everywhere. And you know, that's an awfully good way to deal with something you can't see." "What are you doing, Angelo?" He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a lighter. "The back door's right there, Scott. Run and close it behind you. Don't stop running when you're outside." "Angelo!" "I'm sorry about your house, Scott. Run." I took a step toward him, but he pulled the lighter in towards his body. "Go. If you don't go now, I'll do it while you're still here. I probably ought to anyway. It's a better way to be sure." He flicked the lighter. It sparked. I fled for the door. Behind me, I could hear him flicking the wheel again. I made it outside before the kitchen exploded. I had my hand on the knob, pulling the door shut, when a roar of heat and light slammed the door closed and flung me down the stairs onto my back lawn. The windows erupted in gouts of flame, pelting me with burning hot glass. I scrambled along the grass, desperate to get further away. My back was burning, and I rolled to put it out. The house is clearly a loss, but I called the fire department anyway. I didn't know what else to do. I don't know what I'll tell the police when they find the bodies inside. I don't even know how many they'll find. If Angelo got it, whatever it was, then there'll be at least 4 bodies. Him, Dina, Christoph, and the other. Probably 5, assuming it got Kay early on. Maybe 6, if Marina didn't make it out. One of them must have, though. I'm not alone out here. My hand is held tightly as I watch the house burn. The title of this next story is I Regretted Pranking My Girlfriend. I, 24 male, have lived with my girlfriend, 22 female, for 8 months. We've been together for 18 months. We moved in together when she lost the lease on her apartment, and my parents hinted that they'd like to turn my bedroom into an art room. I don't mind moving out, and the timing just felt right. My girlfriend, I'll call her Linda, is a wonderful person, very warm and affectionate, very calm and chilled out. We split the chores and the bills equally, and don't have any issues with intimacy or communication. But the only thing that has been a problem, for me at least, is how calm and controlled she is. I know that doesn't sound like a bad thing, and really, it isn't. I guess. But she never seems to get excited about anything. She enjoys things quietly, dislikes things with the same amount of energy. She never reacts to anything without complete self-control. I started to wonder if she had the capacity for strong emotions, if there was some buried trauma causing her to stifle her reactions. And because our communication has always been so good, I had no problems asking her about it. She told me that, honestly, she's not that bothered by anything and doesn't see any reason to act out unnecessarily. It still bothered me though. She could watch a horror movie and not even flinch at jump scares. She will watch a comedy and just chuckle at the funniest bits. When we planned the trip to Disney World, something she said she's always wanted to do, she seemed quietly pleased and barely excited at all. I know it shouldn't matter, but recently I've been thinking about proposing to her, and part of me dreads her reaction if she says yes, which I'm fairly confident she will do, as we've discussed marriage often and she seems to be agreeable. I've been watching TikToks of women getting surprise proposals, and the way they react fills me with longing. They scream with joy, they cry, they violently hug their partner. They express their happiness so obviously, and I'd love to get that kind of response. But I feel like Linda will just smile and say yes and accept the ring. And whilst that will be great, there's part of me that wants more. So, I've been doing stupid things. I know they're stupid, and I know you will judge me, but most things are harmless. I started when it was her birthday. Set up a space in our home laden with gifts and balloons and flowers for her. And when she walked in and saw it, I fired one of those things that shoots confetti and streamers everywhere. I did it fairly close to her, but she didn't flinch. She was pleased with the effort I'd made, especially as I was also cooking a romantic meal for her. She hovered round the kitchen, chatting with me as I cooked, and when her back was turned, I dropped the metal lid from one of our pans right behind her. We have a slate floor, and the lid made a huge noise that made me cringe, even though I expected it. But she just turned around to see what that noise was. She had her eyebrows raised, but that was the only expression of surprise she showed. I felt stupid and mean for the cheap trick, but somehow my failure made me determined to do more. I know I shouldn't have. It was childish and petty, not to mention unkind. But she just never budged. It started to piss me off if I'm being honest. I was just lucky she was a patient woman and didn't seem to have any inkling that I was doing these things on purpose. Although she did suggest it might be a good idea to make a doctor appointment, as I was quite clumsy recently. My efforts ended one night after I'd had a few too many beers, and I went too far. Linda had been working late, and I'd been moping around waiting for her to come home when I found a mask I'd worn for Halloween, and it gave me an idea. We had a large pantry in our apartment with a door that was clear glass on the top half, and drunk me decided it would be a really funny idea to hide in the pantry wearing the mask and jump up when she came into the kitchen. I know, ridiculous, even worse. I decided to hide my camera on the shelf in the pantry to film her reaction, with a vague idea of uploading it to TikTok if it went well. As stoic as she was, she would surely react to a monster jumping up at her from behind the pantry door. Wouldn't she? I set everything up and waited, turning the kitchen light off. She came home not long after. I'd shut myself in the pantry, and I heard her calling to me as she walked around the apartment. I had a chance then to call it off. I should have done that. I heard her come into the kitchen, saw the light turn on, then heard her wandering around collecting stuff from the drying rack to put it away. When her footsteps got too close enough, I jumped up, snarling and slapping my hands against the glass. Childish as my prank was, I didn't consider how she might actually react. Part of me hoped she'd at least scream, and part of me thought she'd just step back away from the door in her usual, collected way. What she did was a natural reaction for anyone, I think. She threw the object in her hand at the glass of the door, towards the intruder that had sprung up to threaten her. The object was a large cast iron pan. I knew it was heavy, as I'd have to heave it up onto the drying rack when I'd washed it earlier. So, it broke through the glass with ease. The round, blackened surface of the bottom of the pan, approaching my head, was the last thing I remembered before waking up in a hospital. I suffered a concussion that thankfully didn't cause any serious damage. But along with that, I had sustained a broken jaw, a broken nose, a shattered cheekbone, and a fracture in the bone around my eye socket. I also had some lacerations from the broken glass, some of which required stitches, but weren't life-threatening. Still, I had been lucky. Linda was full of apologies when I woke up, but how could I blame her? She was deeply distraught, in her own way, about what she'd done. But as soon as they gave me a pad and pen to write messages, I told her I forgave her, and asked if she could forgive me for the stupid prank I had played. She stayed by my bedside as much as she could during my recovery, keeping me entertained and bringing me home-cooked meals. And there wasn't a day I didn't despise myself for the idiotic stunt I'd pulled, and not a day I wasn't grateful for this wonderful woman. It really put things in perspective. She may not be a hugely demonstrative woman, and she may not react in a normal fashion to many things, but she cared for me, and we could build an amazing life together. Once I was home, she set about taking care of me even more. She wouldn't let me lift a finger to do anything, even though I tried to fulfill my share of the chores, and rarely left me alone in case I needed anything. She wasn't around all the time, however, and when she finally left to go to the grocery store, I had the chance to go into the pantry and retrieve the camera I'd hidden. I'd been anxious about her finding it. I'd hidden it well, but it would only have taken the shifting a few items for it to have been discovered. She had forgiven me for my prank, but if she'd found out I'd filmed it too, she would have been mortified and rightly upset. I had planned on simply deleting the footage I'd recorded. It was a painful memory of a moronic deed, but once I had the camera in my hands, I couldn't help but give in to the desire to watch the moment I'd been knocked out. A morbid fascination maybe. The camera had filmed until the battery had run flat, and after I put in the charger, I located the footage of me hiding it, and crouching down in the dark, I watched through the camera's unwavering eye as the kitchen light came on, illuminating a bright square above my head. I saw the clear outline of Linda through the glass as if she were on TV, moving around the kitchen, picking up the pan, and making her way to the cabinet beside the pantry. And then, I saw myself jump up. My darker silhouette blocked out most of the view of the kitchen, but I could see over my shoulder as Linda's arms raced, launching the pan at my head. She didn't make a sound, no shriek or gasp, and as I fell to the floor, she walked up to the shattered window and looked in at me, framed by the jagged shards. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth hung slightly open. But other than that, her face told nothing of her emotions. She opened the pantry door and looked down at me for a long time. Her head was down, so I couldn't see her face. I counted the seconds on the camera as they ticked past, and she stared down at my prone body for nearly a full minute. Then she bent down, and when she stood upright again, she held the cast iron pan in her hands. After another 20 seconds of her scrutiny, she turned the pan around so that her right hand held the handle and raised her arm to waist height. Then she waited. After another 15 seconds, I heard the noise, my voice raised in a feeble moan. Only then did she move again. She only hit me once, but she put her whole arm into it, swinging from the shoulder, lifting the pan high, then bringing it down. I heard the whistle of the pan traveling through the air, then the solid thud of hitting my face. I thought I could even hear the crunch of my bones breaking, but my mind might have filled that detail in. She didn't stop to look at the damage she'd done, but simply went back into the kitchen. I heard water running as she presumably rinsed the blood from the bottom of the pan, then the clunk of it being returned to the dish rack. After another 30 seconds or so, I heard her voice from another room, faint but clear, asking for an ambulance. She has been at the grocery store for an hour and is probably due back very soon. I'm not sure what to do. The title of this next story is Malcolm. Attention. Will the person who adopted this cat please contact me immediately? If you have this cat or know who has him, please contact me immediately. It is a life or death matter. Reward $10,000. I know he looks cute, but please, 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 do not keep this cat. The picture is linked in the description. Let me explain. You've heard of cats who can predict death? There was one who went viral for sleeping on the beds of terminally ill hospice patients hours before they died, comforting them in their final hours. Malcolm is like that. 2 years old, black with white on his chest and below his belly, so that he looks like he has a bib and underpants. Cute as a button, but not bright. It took him a full month to learn his name. Even after it finally clicked, he'd forget and look around in astonishment anytime one of the seniors cooed, "Here, Malcolm, kitty boy." But he's a great therapy cat, and everyone loves him at Harmony Village Senior Living. He started his predictions with the terminally ill. At first, it was endearing. He'd hang around the bed of whoever was gonna croak, sit on their laps with his paws on their chest. "Sweet kitty boy," everyone said, giving comfort in people's final hours. And it's true. He did give comfort. I remember the first dead body I saw. A guy named Clarence, pre-Malcolm. Clarence had a stroke. They found him in bed, soiled in his own filth, eyes bloodshot, and face purple, and screaming like he'd died in the most horrible agony and was still screaming somewhere in hell. I shouldn't have looked. Since Malcolm, the deaths have been peaceful. I think people are just happier to go with a purring kitty beside them. But then, he started predicting the deaths of healthy people. First was Bob, one of the younger residents, used to run weekly bingo. After a game, he'd take the bingo ball roller back to his room. Seeing Malcolm hot on Bob's heels the last time was no surprise. Malcolm's obsessed with those bingo balls. But then, Bob never came out. We found him lying on his rug, with the bingo balls scattered around him. Malcolm beside him, winking bright, shining eyes at us. Next to go was Cindy, a social worker who never finished her meeting. After Cindy came Ralph, a visitor, then Tom, the van driver. Wherever the bodies were found, in a chair, in the grass, slumped at the table, Malcolm was there. And in every case, their faces bore expressions of utmost serenity, as if they'd happily gone to the angels. That's when I started to suspect there was something more to this cat. I'd feel his luminescent eyes on me, and the hairs on my neck would prickle as I wondered if he was going to choose me next. What if it wasn't malicious? I mean, he always got praised when people passed away. What if, I wondered, he think it's good when people die, and as long as he keeps getting praised, he'll just keep making it happen? When I told Kathy about my theory, she gathered him in her arms and told me protectively he was just a little kitty boy. As for the seniors at Harmony Village, well, they dote on him as if he's their furry grandson. If I'd ever dared so much as suggest rehoming him, I'm sure I'd have had dozens of angry old people throwing whatever was on hand at me. Then, last week, I arrived at work to see a little girl in a ponytail and frilly skirt running around, giggling to and fro across the community room with Malcolm on her heels. All the seniors looking on were laughing. Now, Normally, the little guy is a bit of a dunce. Thing is, he had this look, this ferocious concentration, as he kept pace, never letting her out of his sight. I snatched him up and said it was kitty food time, but the seniors booed me. Reluctantly, I set the squirming Malcolm back down. Meanwhile, the little girl used this distraction to make a break for it, running out to the staircase as her great-grandmother cheered her on. Malcolm flew out in a blur. Seconds later, there was this thud. The girl's father, who'd been chatting with the staff about the care for the great-grandmother, rushed out to the staircase. I heard him screaming her name. I tried to keep the residents back. Her eyes were closed, as if in sleep, but I knew she would never wake up again. I felt that hair-raising sense of being watched, of luminescent pinpricks of glowing eyes. I looked up. There, poking his head out from the railing, the little shit who'd sent her soul away from Earth. Malcolm. Well, you can guess what I did then. I put him in a sack and took him to the highway. But his pitiful mews got the best of me, so I veered off and dropped him at the animal shelter. Figured he'd be euthanized, put to a peaceful sleep, just like all the souls he sent away. But as soon as I walked back through the doors at Harmony Village, I felt glowing eyes on me, that unblinking stare. I whirled and spun around, looking for him, but he was nowhere. The residents, of course, were all torn up about Malcolm. They assumed he got outside and made me put posters all over the neighborhood. Missing cat, $50 reward, with a ridiculous picture of him in a sweater. Then, last night, another of the residents, Sandy, passed on. Sandy was never an animal lover, so I doubt Malcolm's company would have comforted her. But when I came in this morning and saw them wheeling her out, the orderly looked absolutely nauseated. He told me not to look, said it was worse than Clarence. As he spoke, for a second, I saw those white pinpricks, unblinking eyes, reflected in his glasses. Of course, the seniors were all gossiping about Sandy, and naturally, they blamed her less than peaceful passing on Malcolm's absence. Remember old Winnie? I overheard one old lady say to another, how bad her dementia was? She always talked about the eyes. The eyes! The woman motioned with 2 fingers, representing eyes staring and staring at her. She was crazy. All that occult shit she was into. She wanted to curse Clarence. Remember how she stole his old shirt and used it in some ritual, trying to steal his soul? That's right, before she lost it. Talking gibberish about how they're not eyes but teeth. Said she couldn't send them back because they were too strong after Clarence. But she stopped all that talk when Malcolm showed up. Said he couldn't stop the deaths. But he's a good boy who could stop them from consuming more souls, and eventually they'd weaken and disappear. I was out the door, rushing back to the shelter. But the animal shelter tells me they no longer have him. Please, if you recently adopted this black cat, the newer picture is in the description. Send him back. I know now it's not Cat's eyes that have been following me. I don't want to wind up like Clarence, like Sandy, face frozen in an agonized scream. See, I realize now why the eyes don't blink. The longer they stare, the more I see. Swirling around the glowing edges, rows and rows of serrated points. The eyes don't blink because they're not eyes at all. They're teeth, and they're hungry. The title of this next story is McDonald's Part 1. I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and shamrock shake. Alright Stan, your total comes out to $46.50. The land whale grunted approvingly as he shoved the greasy wad of crumpled bills into Gary's outstretched palm. "Here's your change. I'll call your number when it's ready." Stan trundled away to await his late night snack as Gary and I prepared the food. "Jeez, man, does he have a family waiting at home or something?" I whispered as Gary shoveled fries into a red and yellow box. "Blair, does that man look like he's got a wife and kids? Stan is one of our regulars. You'll see him pretty often if you stick with the night shift." I grimaced as I prepared the shake. "Great. Lucky me." "Hey, it could be a lot worse. Honestly, Stan is the least of your worries," he said as a shudder rippled through his body. We processed the remainder of the food in silence. Gary and I then shuffled to the counter, each donning a full tray. "Stan, order's up," Gary exclaimed as the boulder of a man darted at an alarming speed to retrieve his sodium-rich smorgasbord. He snatched the trays from us, hurriedly ambling back to his corner table. I watched in astonishment as the man inhaled his meal. "Hey, could you help me sweep in the back? Best to do it now before any more customers." Gary was interrupted by an obnoxious loud alarm blaring from his pocket. Stan looked up at him, glowering at an unwelcome ringing. "Sorry, gotta take this," he said, darting to the kitchen and out of view. He returned a moment later. All the color had drained from his face. He appeared sickly, like he'd suddenly caught a nasty case of the flu. "That was my aunt, Norma. She said my parents were in a car wreck. Apparently, my mom is in critical condition." He stared off into space, his brain slowly processing the tragic information it had just received. "Gary, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to call someone?" He snapped out of his trance, tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. "No, I'll be fine." "Okay, but with all due respect, what are you still doing here? Go be with your family, dude. I can handle closing up on my own." He locked eyes with me, a stern determination creeping over his countenance. "You're right. I need to go. Here, take my key to the restaurant. There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Go read them the first chance you get. You need to follow them to a T, no matter how ridiculous they sound. Got it?" "Yep, I'll take care of it. Now go," I said as Gary handed me a small silver object. He sprinted out the front door, letting it slam shut behind him. I fashioned Gary's drive-through headset below my hat and headed to the back to familiarize myself with the nighttime protocols. I laboriously pushed open the door to Dave's office. You'd think that thing was made from solid gold with how heavy it was. I surveyed my surroundings, my eyes immediately falling to the life-sized portrait beaming back at me. "Really, Dave? Even I'm not that self-absorbed," I muttered, continuing my search. I defaulted to the pockmarked bulletin board to my right. There they were, posted, clear as day. I swiftly scanned over them. Rules for the night shift. 1. You are allowed a 7-minute grace period. No exceptions. 2. If a hooded figure knocks at the drive-thru window, do not answer it. Stay out of its direct line of sight, and it will leave. 3. If Stan claims that you forgot his pickles, offer him a free complimentary chocolate shake. If he refuses, lock yourself in the office and call Dave. 4. No outside food or drink. 5. If a blood-like substance begins seeping from under the grill, mop it up until it stops. No, it is not blood. 6. An old woman in a shawl will come in exactly 10 minutes past 1. Avoid looking at her for too long. She will not leave until you ask her where Tony is. 7. If a small child appears telling you he lost his mother, ignore him. He does not have good intentions. 8. You are required to comply with the employee dress code. Speak to management if you need clarification on what is acceptable. 9. If you are alone and you feel the undeniable sensation of being watched, lock yourself in the office immediately and wait for it to dissipate. 10. The store closes at 2 a.m. Before you clock out, place 2 packages of raw burgers on the stove. 11. Always leave the restaurant by 2:37 a.m. The Hamburglar doesn't like company. 12. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in immediate termination. Do not hesitate to call Dave if you have any questions or concerns. Dave's phone number was hastily scrawled at the bottom of the page. I stared at the list, unsure of what to make of it. Was this some sort of a cruel prank on the newbie? Maybe Gary was in on it. I resolved to wait and find out for myself, and I made my way back to the counter. Upon seeing me approach, Stan rapidly stood from his seat and sidled up to me. Can I help you with something? Yeah, you forgot my pickles. I mentally rolled my eyes. Gary hadn't been gone for 10 minutes, and the fun was already ramping up. Look, I watched my coworker make those. I know he didn't, I began, before Rule 3 crept into my head. I'm sorry. I can offer you a free shake for the inconvenience? His fortunes flapped as he fervently shook his head. No, I don't want any more food. There is another way you could make it up to me, though. A malicious grin inched across his face. A blanket of fear sent adrenaline bursting through my veins. I'm 16, sir. If you really think... That's not what I meant, you dumb broad. I want a refund. What? No, you already ate it all. Fine. If you won't give me my money back, I'll have to take it from you. The massive mound of flesh began waddling to meet me behind the corner. I fled to the back, praying he wouldn't catch me. I glanced behind me as I struggled to push open the absurdly heavy office door. Stan was barreling towards me, sending shelves of product crashing to the ground. My heart thumped against my ribcage so hard that it hurt. I had managed to slip through the door and slam it shut when he reached it. Thud. He pounded his ape-like fist against the sturdy metal frame, shouting obscenities at me all the while. I'll get you, you little whore. You can't stay in there forever. He was right. I instantly ripped the yellowing piece of paper from the board and punched in Dave's number. He picked up after an agonizingly long minute of waiting. Hello? This had better be good. I value my beauty sleep. Dave, it's 10. The free shake didn't work. I'm trapped in the office. Dave sighed. All right. Put it on speaker and hold your phone up to the door so he can hear me. I obliged, clenching my cracked iPhone 7 with a vice grip and sticking it close to the rattling door. Stan? Stan, can you hear me? It's Dave. The room fell eerily silent. Oh yeah, what's up, Davey? Stan, are you harassing one of my employees again? I don't need to get Mrs. Barrett on the phone, do I? No, please, I'll behave. I swear. Please, just don't call her. His voice trembled as he spoke. I don't know. That's what you said the last time. I promise I'll never bother her again. Come on, Davey, show a little compassion. Dave took a moment to respond. All right, but I need you to go home and you need to apologize to Mrs. Blake for scaring her. Blair, I interjected, facepalming myself. Right, apologize to Blair and I'll let you off the hook. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Blaze. So, can I take you up on that free shake? No, Stan, no free shake tonight. I need you to leave, Dave said, a stern finality in his statement. Without another word, Stan angrily thumped through the kitchen and out the front door. I didn't release my breath until I heard it shut behind him. Thanks, Dave. Anytime, kid. In my experience, threatening to call his mother is a decent deterrent for any overgrown man-baby. I chuckled, sensing the tension disperse. I'm gonna get back to bed now. Good luck tonight. And with that, He abruptly hung up. I sat for a moment, controlling my breathing in order to steady my palpitating heart before returning to my duties. I trudged into the kitchen and begrudgingly got to work, cleaning the mess of boxes and condiments that Stan had strewn throughout the area. I had just put the final ketchup bottle in its place when out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure was standing at the drive-through window. I immediately tensed up, every muscle in my body freezing in place. It glared at me, yellow glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It raised a gloved fist and knocked lightly on the thin glass. The sound freed me from my stupor. Rule 2. I dashed to the counter and crouched behind it, hugging my knees to my chest. Ice flooded my veins as the knocking grew louder. The window shook in its frame as the light knock soon escalated to rapid pounding. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified at the notion that the slim barrier to the outside world wouldn't hold. The constant noise assaulted my eardrums, crashing against them like thunder during a storm. The knocking crescendoed into a fever pitch of resounding slams. Just when I thought that I might lose my sanity, it stopped. I glanced up in the midst of the unsettling silence I found myself in. It was gone, as if the entity had never appeared in the first place. I gradually stood and took my time getting my bearings. I hesitantly peeked around the corner at the drive-thru. Nothing. Not so much as a scratch on the glass. I glanced down at my phone. 12:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours. I could handle it, right? I began sweeping, like Gary was beginning to ask me to do prior to receiving his unfortunate news. I was thankful for a break in the action. I didn't know how much more I could take. Apparently, I could take a lot more, as I came to find out. A couple of college kids stumbled in, trying to hide the fact that they were obviously stoned out of their minds, and retrieved a pickup order. I watched as they clumsily staggered out the door. One of them held it politely for a small old lady. An old lady, wearing a shawl. She didn't utter so much as a thank you, beelining up to the register with purpose. I was exhausted, up well past my normal operating hours, so I had completely forgotten about the rules. Big mistake. The woman glowered up at me, face obscured from view. Her head covering was black, as well as the rest of her outfit, not unlike a ninja you'd see in a movie. The aura she radiated frightened me, but not enough to release me from my sleepy haze. "Hello, how can I help you?" I yawned, lazily covering my mouth. The woman didn't move a muscle. She scowled at me, yellow reptilian eyes piercing my psyche and sending my heart into overdrive. "Ma'am, would you like to order something?" Nothing. The longer we continued our staring match, the more sedated I felt, and not just due to the lack of sleep. She had some sort of strange pull over me. I nearly nodded off, my mind wandering back to the instructions. Before I passed out, I murmured, "Where's Tony?" Suddenly, I was released from my trance, and the woman was nowhere to be found. Like she had simply vanished into thin air. My eyes widened. That was close. Too close. I trudged to the sink and splashed some cool water in my face, then poured myself a large cup of coffee. I knew it would probably keep me up well past closing, but hey, if it helped me avoid another incident like that, I was all for it. I had just finished dumping the dustpan into the trash when I felt it. A peculiar sensation crept over me like bugs crawling on the back of my neck. I was being watched. But from where? I sensed it coming from the drive-thru. I whipped my head in its direction. Empty. It shifted to the dining area. No one was there. I grew lightheaded and panic began to surge through my system. A breeze swept past my ear, and I swear I could hear a soft, almost imperceptible voice whisper, "Blair." I bolted to the office, slamming the door shut as quickly as I could. What was that? I paced around the office like a caged animal, anxiously waiting for something, anything to happen. After what felt like an eternity, it began to dissipate without incident. I sat there for a moment, contemplating if this was really the right career path for me. Was every night like this? I was snapped back to reality by static emanating from my headset. I ripped it off until the noise stopped. A bumbling male voice crackled through it. "Hey, is this place open?" He slurred, obviously under the influence. "Yeah, what do you want to order?" I was beginning to lose my cool between all the strange occurrences and the inebriated customers. My patience was wearing thin. "I'll have a filet of fish meal. Coming right up." I made my way back to the kitchen and began preparing his order. Who the hell comes to McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning for a freaking filet of fish? I grumbled, purposely dousing his sandwich in sauce. I served the man, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. "Thanks. Hey, is that a kid at the counter?" I turned my head, and sure enough, there he was. A mess of blonde tangles and deep blue eyes peered at me from the register. I sighed. "Yeah, I'll take care of him. Have a good night." A child, unaccompanied in my restaurant. Just what I needed. I began to approach the counter when Rule 7 blared in my mind like a tornado siren. I froze mid-stride. "Just ignore him, Blair. It's almost 2. You got this." I reassured myself, starting my closing duties early. That was easier said than done. The child began wailing, shrill, high-pitched screams reverberating off the walls. He ran into the kitchen area, allowing me a full view of his tiny frame. The boy couldn't have been older than 6. His Pac-Man t-shirt looked well outdated, and he was filthy, as if he hadn't showered in years. He began tugging on my shirt, begging for attention. "Please help me, lady. I can't find my mommy," he cried, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks. He relentlessly pulling at my clothing. That was it. I'd reached my breaking point. If this child, monster, demon, whatever he was, planned on killing me, he could go ahead and put me out of my misery. I was done. "Get out. Just screw off and leave me the hell alone." He immediately quit sniffling and straightened up as if I'd flipped a switch. Red tinged his striking pupils. Dread began sinking into my gut. A malicious grin blossomed across his lips. "You made the right choice," he growled as he headed towards the exit. "Weirdo kid," I mumbled, returning to cleaning. I finished up and waited around for 2 to hit, praying for a quiet, uneventful end to my first nightmare closing shift. Of course, my prayers went unanswered. I had a mere 3 minutes until I was supposed to clock out when I spotted it. A dark, red, vicious liquid oozing from beneath the stove. Great. Awesome. Just what I needed. I filled up a mop bucket in the storage closet and began sopping up the mystery fluid. If it wasn't blood, you could have fooled me. A persistent copper taste assaulted my tongue. Every time I opened my mouth, I gagged, forcing vomit back down my throat. The stuff just wouldn't stop coming. On my 3rd bucket full of sloshing crimson, I finally started gaining an upper hand. I mopped fervently as blisters erupted across my hands from the friction of the wooden handle. All the not blood had been disposed of. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid splashing myself as I dumped the last of it down the drain. I done it. Take that, bitches. I win. I cheered as if I just claimed first prize at the Indy 500. My celebration was short-lived. Once I glanced down at my phone, 2:35 a.m., I bolted to the freezer, scooping up a couple bags of frozen patties. I slashed them open as quickly as I could, hoping in vain that I'd be able to make it out on time. I dumped their contents on the grill, then turned to toss the packaging in the trash. My heart plummeted into my gut. A man stood before me. His black dead eyes matched that of the small mask encompassing the top half of his face. Wispy red hair sprouted from his floppy hat. A matching tattered black and white striped uniform framed his features, accompanied by a dingy red tie dotted with images of burgers. He grinned at me, jagged, rotten teeth sending a chill undulating through my entire body. He spoke, a rough, gravely voice shattering the tense silence. "Look, I know you're new here, so I'll spare you this time. But if I ever catch you in here this late again, I won't think twice about increasing my calorie intake." His wicked smile exuded a malevolent hunger that still haunts my nightmares. A wet gray tongue wormed its way around his cracked, withered lips. I felt like a mouse about to be devoured by a rattlesnake. He scowled at me. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" I suddenly regained my mobility. I tore through the dining area and burst into the cool night air. The Hamburglar's soulless stare followed me into the vacant parking lot. I hurriedly locked him inside and raced to my car as a torrent of emotions flooded through me at once. Fear, anger, and confusion were all prominent on my desolate drive home. In the end, rage won out. I wasn't scheduled the next day, but I was determined to make that smug prick in charge at least give me some sort of explanation. I returned to the Golden Arches around 4 hours later, running on zero sleep and a whole pot of Maxwell House. With fire in my eyes, I flung the door open and marched straight to Dave's office. "Oh yeah, it was great. Had his car repossessed and everything. Oh hey Blitz." "Uh-huh. Yep, For the last freaking time, it's Blair. Blair. Not Blitzen, not Blotziken, not Blakely. Blair." Dave furrowed his brow, mouth slightly agape. "Yeah, Jim, I'll have to get back to you." He ended the call and furiously pocketed his phone. "Do you even know who that was? I mean, why the hell do you think you can just storm into my office like this?" "No, you listen to me, Davy boy. I just had the worst night of my life. Every weird thing that could have happened. And you don't care one bit. I see you've become acquainted with our more troublesome clientele. Yeah, I have, and I'm not dealing with that crap again. I quit." I hissed, dramatically slapping my hat onto his polished cedarwood desk before turning to walk out the door. "Wait, 25 an hour." I stopped dead in my tracks. I reluctantly faced him. A sly, toothy grin was stamped on his greasy face. I mulled it over. That was almost double what I was currently making. I could have my college paid for in no time. 27, and you've got a deal. You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Blair. I accept, he said, extending his hand. I begrudgingly shook it, cringing as his sweaty palm gripped mine. "I'm glad you were able to see reason. Welcome to the night crew."